Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the East Room and silence your cell phones. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the East Room and silence your cell phones. The program will begin shortly.
basically 48 hours after the landfall, and you're starting to see people bounce back. So that's a good sign. We know there's a lot of work left to do, but as soon as you can get more power, all the water issues taken care of, I think the fuel is going to be in really good shape. I think it's really just a matter of the gas stations either running their generators or having enough electricity to do it. But Tampa Port, Everglades, all those are open. You got massive amounts of fuel now coming into the state, and so we feel really good about that. And we're also fortunate that there are over 42,000 linemen stationed to help restore power, and so they got in very early yesterday, and a lot of progress being made throughout the state. Parts of Lee County and Charlotte, where the whole system was uprooted, is going to require a rebuild. And I think people understand that that's something that's just going to take longer than just simply rehooking up a wire to a utility pole or something of that nature. But from the reports I've gotten, there's a lot of the infrastructure outside of the barrier islands that held up okay. And so that's just going to make reconnecting that a little bit easier than if you had to rebuild the whole thing from scratch. But I'm really impressed of the pre-staging effort and then really getting on the target to try to get the lights on as soon as possible. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Yes. So I'll let Kevin handle that because he's in contact with all them.
Yeah. So the question was, do we feel like we had enough time and did we communicate effectively with Lee County? I talked to all of the area impacted directors every day since last Friday at 11:15. Then on Saturday 11:15. Sunday was 11:15 and 5:15. It has been 11:15 and 5:15 every day since. Specifically to Lee County, I talked with Sandra probably a couple of times a day, each and every day, and we talked about the situations. Again, this particular storm went everywhere from the Keys all the way up to the Big Bend, and even a little bit further west of that, and then back. 48 hours before landfall, which is when Lee County would have had to start evacuations to be successful, 48 hours before this, we had this storm going into Levy County, up the Gulf Coast. About 36 hours, it started bending back more towards the Tampa Bay region. And then just before, Lee County, as soon as they were made aware of the storm surge and as soon as they made they had that information from the National Weather Service, they immediately issued the Cat A/B evacuation area. So they made the best decision they could based on the information they had at the time. And when the information came in that they needed to evacuate, they did not hesitate, they immediately pulled the trigger.
And I'd also just say, because, and I said, on Sunday, 72 hours before landfall, Fort Myers and Naples were not even in the cone. You had it going into probably North Florida. I think it was, Taylor County maybe at the time. So you had to go into Taylor County. Now I stressed, and Kevin stressed, there was a lot of uncertainty. It was based on modeling. And we said even if it went to Taylor County, you would get surge in Southwest Florida, and people should just understand that, and there would be flooding. But there is a difference between a storm that's going to hit North Florida that will have peripheral effects on your region versus one that's making a direct impact. And so what I saw in the Southwest Florida is as the data changed, they sprung into action, and I think they acted very quickly. I think that, and I think Carmine would agree with this, people were made aware. They were told about the dangers, and some people just made the decision that they did not want to leave. But I think that they were apprised of that, and I know they worked really hard to go into the very vulnerable areas and the barrier islands and some of the low-lying areas and issue that. And I think that was the appropriate thing to do. So basically, you're having people go constant missions. I think what they're finding is it's a mix of some people that want to get off the island, some people that probably were in a lot of distress 2 days ago, are just saying, thank you, we're good, we want to stay put, we want to be here. And so those folks are being left. how many people evacuated or were on the island. I've spoken to the mayor of Sanibel. Nobody's really sure because you either evacuate or you don't. It's not something you have to check in with the authorities for. You do it. Obviously, there's a lot of seasonal residents in Sanibel, and Florida is in some parts of Florida seasonal. Now, she made the point, the mayor did, and I've seen this firsthand, because it's Florida, more people want to stay here longer now than they used to, particularly since COVID. So how many of those winter residents were here now? It's not sure. Clearly, it was not high season. So clearly, you had far fewer than you would have if you checked that population in January or February. But they're constantly going. They are doing quick checks, even door to door, to see if there's anybody in need of assistance. I would say the one thing that I've seen is, as they're going there, you're not seeing a lot of people like hanging out window, just like desperate for help, even the next day. Once the storm passed, people were by and large stable. There was need for rescue for some, but many were in relatively good shape. Now, I think what we don't know is, you look at like a Fort Myers Beach, you look here, if a house just washes away into the ocean, into the water, with 155-mile-an-hour winds, if that person evacuated, that's great. If they didn't, I don't know how you survive that. I mean, I think it's just such a punishing wallop. And so those are some of the questions. Now, the state of Florida launched an ability via text message for people to report. They put it out last night at about midnight, and by 8 o'clock this morning, over 10,000 people responded via text message saying that they were safe. And so that's good. There is obviously more people, but as Kevin made the point, when Hurricane Michael hit the Panhandle in 2018, there was like tens of thousands. And it's not that they were, quote, missing. It's just, people evacuated. They were out of comms for a while. And that really starts to narrow and narrow. And so I think it's true. We're more narrow today.
Yes,
Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, sir. So again, as the governor was pointing out, when we had Hurricane Michael at 2 weeks, we are somewhere in the we had about 30,000 people that were reported. About 2 weeks into it, we had about 10,000 people that we were still trying to match up. And then over the 2 week period, or after the 2 week period, that started to slim itself down. We are already at a point, based on the information we have already made we had well over 15,000 contacts saying people may be displaced, they may be out of or maybe in harm's way. Urban Search and Rescue has made 3,000 actual contacts, actual drop point, waypoint marks on a map. And then we have already narrowed that list of 15-ish thousand down to 3,000. And it's going to continue to grow, decrease significantly. To that end, because we've engaged technology on so many different platforms, allowing people to shelter in place and tell us that, allowing us to do the text messaging, allowing now, this is day 2. Already got that whittled down, and by the time we get back, I'm sure it's going to be less than that. So we are very effective at trying to whittle that list down. We're now at a point where that's probably going to be door to door. And I want to take just a moment of privilege, sir. Yep. Urban Search and Rescue in this type of environment is going to be what we call a hasty search. What they're doing is they're on the streets, going door to door per se. People like they're listening for the moans and groans and things of that nature, right? That's what's referred to as a hasty search. Then the Urban Search and Rescue teams, and that's where they're at right now, is they're coming back doing that very, very technical door-to-door, knock on it, turn debris over, yell into the structure, try to search it as best they can. That is a very slow and tedious process. And then what will happen, and this is one of the reasons we're asking for the additional Florida Urban Search and Rescue teams, is they will do a secondary search. So everything will be searched in thorough twice, and a hasty search that they started out with. So after we do the door-to-door, turn the debris, we're going to come back and do that again. So that takes time.
Thanks.
I think we can all agree at this point you have done a stellar job. As a Pine Island resident, you can see our access road behind you. There is none. I, on a personal note, and a lot of Pine Islanders I speak with work, would like to know if there's a way of getting access to try to remediate our
Oh, good.
But now
It's
we're
good to
just
hear.
trying to save what's left of our
Yeah. So basically, the question: a Pine Island resident, they've been able to check on a lot of people, and he said, by and large, good news in terms of safety of life and limb for those residents, because this was the eye of the storm right here. But what about the access? I mean, you see the bridge out there. Look, I'm committed to fixing that, with the state of Florida, and obviously the county can help. But yeah, we've got to obviously provide access. Now, how quickly can that be done? Even with Beth's efforts, is unclear. Those are not easy things to just do. In the meantime, Kevin, what are some of the options?
So I'm going to talk from a state perspective, and for those that know me, I have a local law enforcement perspective, so I'm then going to ask the sheriff to come up and talk about that for just briefly. First thing we got to do is we've got to get the public safety officials over there and get the roads open. That's why we're bringing in the National Guard with their heavy equipment to do what we call route clearance. So as soon as we can get those barges across there, we can get the heavy technical equipment for both the National Guard and Urban Search and Rescue over here, so they can do that heavy lift debris turnover, check for any type of, extreme situations. Then we will work on trying to get you guys back in there. I will tell you, and I know Sheriff Carmine's got all their, they have the area secured. That is one of the very secure. We have security over there, and I'm going to let Sheriff come up now and talk about local security issues. But that's what we got to do first. We got to get in there. We got to get the stuff moved out of the way, do the very detailed search, all while this is already secured, and then the sheriff will talk about how to do ingress back into the location.
Thank you. So first and foremost, thank you for being here. I will tell you this with certainty. The first thing the governor and I spoke about yesterday, amongst many things, was some kind of temporary ferry to get the residents back and forth, or transportation. Obviously, the search, rescue, and recovery mission is ongoing and primary, but equally as important is getting the residents back to their house safely and making sure they're safe when they get back into that residence, if what the damage is has to be assessed. I will also tell you with certainty, I've spoken to the Attorney General, Ashley Moody, at length. We are not going to tolerate, and I mean zero tolerance, when we say anyone that thinks they're going to thrive on the residents of this county or state, when we just took a horrific hit, I can guarantee you that is not going to happen. We got a community response unit that's going to be out here for multi reasons. One is to deliver water and information, because a lot of residents don't have internet, and they're not up to date on all the press conferences and other things. So we're going to go back to the old school where we are out here delivering that message personally in that concierge level. Most importantly, safety and security, as always. And I guarantee you, we will be out here in full force. And any person that makes that horrific error, that thinks they're going to do something to one of my residents in my county, I guarantee you, it'll be swift incarceration immediately with no tolerance.
Will there be 24-hour surveillance in the waterways? Because this is how they get in. They revel in, they pillage, and they're out of there.
When I say security, that's every aspect. Okay, we have a full-fledged Marine unit. We got the Coast Guard, our local, state, and federal partners. At all ends, we are working together as a cohesive team, and we will cover our residents, and your safety and security is always going to be number one, and you can rest well. Zero tolerance means zero tolerance.
Well, the question is, in St. James City, in these canal areas where I'm right on the canal,
Yes, sir.
there's going to be a way to get ferried in, not even needing a roadway, really. I know my boat's somewhere in the mangroves, maybe.
Well, I understand. I'm sorry to hear about that, but I will tell you this. We're utilizing all-terrain vehicles. We're utilizing flat boats that can access canals. So it's not just getting that ferry. We have jet skis. We have everything known to mankind, thanks to our great governor, who's given us everything, okay, to make certain that we can address every issue very specific to the needs and the demographics that are requesting it.
Yeah, and I mean, so fixing the bridge, yes, we will do that. We have to do that. So that will happen. It just, I can't tell you how long that will take. They're going to have to figure out the extent of the damage. It's interesting. I'm looking at Sanibel, and actually this one too. The pylons in the road over the water were totally fine. It was only the places that were on the land and in the approach to the land. Sanibel Causeway, you had it on the actual sandbar, and it got washed away. Yesterday it was a new inlet created. Today the sand is starting to come back. So part of that construction was really, really good. I don't know in some of those other areas how it was lying like that. Just a lot of force, a lot of things being moved. So we'll definitely do that. The state of Florida will be in for that. I think it's important both here in Sanibel. In the interim, we've told the county, we want to be helpful. So however they think it makes sense to get people where they need to go, we'll be helpful on that too. They used to just run the ferry to Sanibel. People would go off. That's how they got there. So now we're in a situation you got to figure out, what about cars? Let us know. I spoke with the mayor of Sanibel about the same thing. Let us know. But there needs to be some intermediate solution before we can fix all the roads. And I will just say with what the sheriff said. I was touring part of Charlotte County. I was touring Punta Gorda yesterday, and they boarded up all the businesses. And there were people that wrote on their plywood, "You loot, we shoot." And at the end of the day, we are not going to allow lawlessness to take advantage of this situation. We are a law and order state, and this is a law and order community. So do not think that you're going to go take advantage of people who've suffered misfortune. Areas in particular that are vulnerable to that, we've got to have all hands on deck to make sure that the rule of law, we'll be able to bounce back from this as tough as it's been. There's resiliency, there's grit in these communities. Think if they're out of state, they'll think of like some ritzy hotel like on Miami Beach. And we want to make sure that we're able to bring, and the cameras will, but we'll be here.
We're all in this together, and I've spoken to Governor DeSantis on multiple occasions, as well as this morning, and as well as mayors and county officials, both Republican and Democrat, from the places most affected. And I spoke with Governor McMaster of South Carolina this morning as well. Last night, I received a request for an emergency declaration from Governor McMaster, which I approved right away, just as I did for Florida. This allows for immediate federal funding for the state to shelter people and provide other essential support. By approving it early, ahead of the storm's landfall in South Carolina, we can get supplies in and provide shelter if necessary. My message to the people of South Carolina is simple. Please listen to all the warnings and directions from local officials and follow their instructions. And as you all know, the situation in Florida is far more devastating. We're just beginning to see the scale of that destruction. It's likely to rank among the worst of the nation's and the worst in the nation's history. You'll have all seen it on television, homes and property wiped out. It's going to take months, years to rebuild. And our hearts go out to all those folks whose lives have been absolutely devastated by this storm. America's heart is literally breaking just watching people watch it on television. I just want the people of Florida to know we see what you're going through and we're with you. We're going to do everything we can for you. I say to the rest of Americans, just imagine yourself in that situation. Water rising, walls collapsing, streets turned literally into rivers, charter boats on top of automobiles, watching the home and the community work so hard to establish, literally washed away. And folks across the country are now waiting to hear from parents and grandparents who live in Florida, just hoping and praying they're okay. At my direction, we pre-deployed the largest team of search and rescue experts in recent history, because so many of the rescuers need to take place now, need to be there in place now, in the water now. And the United States Coast Guard has been deployed as well. 6 fixed-wing aircraft, 18 rescue boats and crews, 16 rescue helicopters, which were in the air all day yesterday and are added again today. Working with the Defense Department, the National Guard, state and local first responders, they've rescued 117 people on the southwest Florida coast and Fort Myers and Naples so far. Just this morning, I spoke personally with the Lieutenant Commander of the Coast Guard, Christopher Hooper, who is leading the search and rescue operation there. He emphasized this is one fight, everyone working together, Coast Guard, Defense Department, Customs and Border Patrol, Florida Fish and Wildlife, local officials. They're doing everything they can to rescue people. He said, Mr. President, we will not rest at night until we know they're safe and sound. He talked about how they rescued a 94-year-old woman who had the courage to be hoisted up onto a helicopter, the wind blowing, and as well as a 1-month-old baby. Not the same time, but a 1-month-old baby as well, and so much in between. He also spoke to aviation survival. I also spoke to aviation survival second class, Zach Lesh, who described how difficult the decision is for people to leave everything and come to safety. I told him how proud of him I was and thanked him for all the work he and his coasties are doing to save lives. I'm grateful for the brave women and men, federal, state, and local folks working so hard. They're all working as one team. Hear that from the governor as well as from the federal folks. In the past 24 hours, my administration has approved 4 more counties in Florida for individual disaster assistance, in addition to the 9 counties we had announced yesterday. And what that means is the federal government is covering every cost, 100% of the cost, to clear the massive debris left in the wake of the hurricane in these counties. And all needs to be cleared out for communities to begin the hard work of trying to get back on their feet. That declaration also means that we will cover all the extra costs for emergency personnel who are saving lives and providing for public safety. Because phone lines and internet might go out, FEMA is registering people directly to be able to get help. They're setting up disaster recovery centers and shelters all across the state. so we can get survivors registered for the help they need as quickly as they can possibly get it. And if you can't get to a center, we're sending out mobile teams into communities to meet people where they are. Getting the power back on is also critical. I want to recognize, this is, I think, impressive, 44,000 utility workers and restoration personnel from 33 states and the District of Columbia who are working around the clock to help get power back on for millions of Floridians who've lost it. I've ordered more than 400 personnel from the Army Corps of Engineers to Florida with more than 250 generators to enable power supplies for key locations like hospitals and shelters. And last night, my Homeland Security Advisor met with the electric sector leaders to ensure that they're coordinating with owners and operators of the grid so nothing will stand in the way of getting the power back on. Yesterday, I was briefed by the leaders of FEMA, the Coast Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, and other organizations that are at the tip of the spear right now. I directed them to provide me with information on where housing and health facilities and power and cell service and other critical infrastructure has been most affected, so we can prioritize and focus our efforts and expand them where the help is needed the most. In addition to what we're doing for Florida and South Carolina, we remain focused on recovery efforts in Puerto Rico as well. And I will say it as long as we're going to stay with it and stay at it, as long as it takes. I spent a lot of time with people in the aftermath of disasters. I have immense gratitude for the first responders and emergency crews who always show up no matter what. At times like these, Americans come together. They put aside politics. They put aside division, and we come together to help each other. Because we know if it were us who just lost our homes or a loved one, we'd hope people would show up to help us as well. Red Cross volunteers as far away as Oregon and the Dakotas, and utility workers from Minnesota and Nebraska and Vermont have traveled to Florida in the past few days to help do whatever they can. That's America. That's who we are. We're going to keep doing everything we can, and we'll do it as the United States of America. So God bless all of you who are hurting. May God protect the troops and all those brave souls risking their lives and fellow Americans. I want to say one more thing. I want to also speak to Mr. Putin's remarks this morning. You know, America and its allies are not going, let me emphasize, are not going to be intimidated, are not going to be intimidated by Putin and his reckless words and threats. He's not going to scare us, and he doesn't, or intimidate us. Putin's actions are a sign he's struggling. The sham referenda he carried out and this routine he put on, don't worry, it's not on there if you're looking, okay? The sham routine that he put on this morning, showing the unity and, you know, as people holding hands together. Well, the United States is never going to recognize this. And quite frankly, the world's not going to recognize it either. He can't seize his neighbor's territory and get away with it. It's as simple as that. And they're going to stay the course. We're going to continue to provide military equipment so that Ukraine can defend itself and its territory and its freedom, including additional resources that the Congress is going to give me today of $13 billion more to help the Ukrainians defend themselves and fight back. And we're fully prepared to defend. I want to say this again. America is fully prepared with our NATO allies to defend every single inch of NATO territory. Every single inch. So, Mr. Putin, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Every inch. And I've been in close touch with our allies. We're announcing new sanctions today as well, that including new authorities to sanction anyone who provides political or economic support to Russia's fraudulent territorial claims. And I've been in close touch with our NATO allies who are united in our resolve to take on his aggression. So I thank you all very much. You also asked me earlier about the pipeline, and let me say this. It was a deliberate act of sabotage And now the Russians are pumping out disinformation and lies. We're going to work with our allies to get to the bottom of exactly precisely what happened. And at my direction, I've already begun to help our allies enhance the protection of this critical infrastructure. And at the appropriate moment when things calm down, we're going to be sending divers down to find out exactly what happened. We don't know that yet exactly, but we're not, just don't listen to what Putin is saying. What he's saying we know is not true. Thank you all so very much.
Russian nuclear weapons.
Do you believe Russia was behind the sabotage, sir?
afternoon for our press conference on Hurricane Ian recovery updates. My name is Michael Hart. I'm the FEMA. And ground rules before we get started, we'll have with you today FEMA Assistant Administrator for Response and Recovery, Ms. Ann Bink. We'll also have Director of NOAA's National Weather Service, Mr. Ken Graham. We'll have the Army Corps of Engineers, Major General Butch Graham. He's their Deputy Commanding General for Civil and Emergency Operations. We've also got U.S. Coast Guard Vice Admiral Peter Gautier. He's the Deputy Commandant for Operations. And we have Health and Human Services Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, Ms. Dawn O'Connell. And also, as normal, we'll have FEMA's National Spanish Spokesperson, Daniel Yargis. He's going to be providing the FEMA recap of Mrs. Bink's comments today. After updates from Ms. Bink and panel members, you will have about an hour to ask questions pertaining to our response efforts and updates, with one follow-up question if necessary. Please identify yourself as usual with your outlet and your outlet when asking questions. And as always, you can contact the FEMA News Desk at our address FEMA-news-desk@fema.dhs.gov for any questions that may not be answered during today's briefing. As a reminder, we will forward you a link to B-roll that will be more than sufficient to use with any of your reporting. And also, as you can see, we ask that you, we have the ASL interpreter with us today. We ask that you keep him in your camera shots throughout the briefing. We'll begin our news conference here shortly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ann Bink. I'm the Associate Administrator for the Office of Response and Recovery at FEMA. Thank you for joining us here today and for your continued attention to Florida, as well as South Carolina, and all the people impacted by Hurricane Ian. I also want to thank the dedicated leaders standing up with me here today. The partnerships across the federal family enable our effective response to this disaster and ensures Floridians and South Carolinians get the help they need during these unimaginably difficult times. Our hearts are with Floridians as they endeavor on this long and difficult recovery. And our resolve has never been stronger. Together, we will rebuild from this tragedy, and we will be there until the work is done. This morning, Administrator Criswell traveled to Florida to meet with Governor DeSantis to survey the damage and assess what other assistance may be necessary to support the needs of individuals as they recover. I would also like to echo Administrator Criswell's thanks for Governor DeSantis and Florida's Director of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, for their leadership during this difficult time. Before I provide an informational update and an operational posture here at FEMA, I'd like to kick it over to the National Weather Service for Director Ken Graham's update.
Yeah, appreciate that introduction and that update. Got the latest information. I'm Ken Graham, Director of the Weather Service. First of all, I wanted to say just appreciate the relationship with FEMA, the Coast Guard, the Corps, National Guard. It's just when you in these disasters, we do come together as a family and we get these things done. Unfortunately, we've been coming together too often in recent years. Wanted to give you the latest information on Hurricane Ian. I got the latest just a minute ago. It's just a brand new update. Still 85 miles per hour. It's right on the coast. It's really getting pretty close to the coast of South Carolina. It was moving north at 14, now at 15 miles an hour. It's continuing to get a little faster. So its forward movement is getting faster, and that'll continue as we work our way inland. Now, it's just really important to realize it's not just that center point. It really is it's been a large storm for most of its lifetime. Hurricane force winds extend out 70 miles, and the latest I saw, tropical storm force winds about 275 miles out from the center. It's big. So it's not just the folks right around the center. There's quite a few communities that see some of these strong winds. I did want to say there's still remaining river flooding back in Florida, and some of that, it's just important that water doesn't drain very fast. So some of those rivers could stay at flood stage, and several locations actually record flood, could be that way for days, even more than a week. So just something to think about with time. But we're not over yet. We're very close to the South Carolina coast. The impacts, winds, the rain bands have already started. There's already been some tornado warnings issued. That's usually on the right front quadrant is where you get 90% of your tornadoes. And so that's as far away as Hatteras, that's far away as communities in North Carolina. So well away from that center. It's really important to think about that. Surge. Water is 90% of your fatalities in these tropical systems comes from water. That's why we spend so much time talking about the dangers of water. Isle of Palms to Little River Inlet, 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. Potential storm surge in some of those communities along the coast, 4 to 7 feet in those areas. And that's just not on the beach. That sneaks up rivers, that sneaks up canals, that could get inland as well. So really listen to those local officials and just be really careful in these situations. Not just there. Look how far it goes away from the center. It's just incredible. It's just an important point that we got to make. Little River Inlet to Cape Fear, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge potential. Cape Fear to Duck, North Carolina, 2 to 4 feet. And when I say those numbers, that's inundation. That's above ground. That's water up your pant leg. And I say it almost every one of these media events. I'm 6'5", 6'6", so when I'm talking 7 feet of storm surge, you can see it right here. That's about a foot above my head. So it's really important to think of it that way. Rain, inland rain, not just along the coast, but inland rain, 4 to 6 inches in some areas. Some places could get 12 inches of rain from what's left of Ian as we move inland. So that's huge. Charleston, Charlotte, Wilmington, Roanoke, Hatteras, any one of these areas could see significant rain. There's terrain here too. So it's not just ponding water. There's terrain in the Appalachians, the mountains. You can get flash flooding. So even well inland in some of these mountain communities, you can see that fast flowing water, and it could be incredibly dangerous. So, and the last reminder, those are the direct impacts. Just a strong reminder, the biggest reminder I could give here, it's just dangerous after the storm too. All right, so for communities watching, you gotta be careful getting outside. There's power lines down, there's debris, just so dangerous to be on the roads. Don't drive your car where water covers the road. Half of those fatalities inland from the flooding, half of those come from driving automobiles into the water. Half of them come from cars. So you got to stay out of the water. And the last one is, generators have become readily available in these communities. I just can't urge this strong enough. Be careful with the generators. When the power's out, know how to use the generator, right? Don't keep them in the house. Don't put a generator in the house. Don't put it by an open window. Don't put it in your garage. It's got to be well away from your house. It's just a dangerous situation. And a lot of these hurricanes have seen more fatalities after the fact, especially with the generators, than we do from the direct fatalities. So it's something to remember as we go through this storm. So I appreciate everybody being here. That's the latest update on the hurricane.
Thank you, Ken, for that important update on the weather and also those critical safety tips. As we've just heard, Hurricane Ian still presents an extreme threat to everyone in its path. We're already seeing the impacts of the storm in South Carolina as I speak, and in Georgia as well. Now is the time for the residents impacted to execute their hurricane plans and closely monitor local media for forecast updates and also follow the directions made by local officials. That advice we get from the National Weather Service and the Hurricane Center is what drives those local official alerts. Please follow them. They will keep you safe. All the hazards that we've seen in Florida can impact those further up the coast, just as Ken mentioned. Strong wind, storm surge, flash flooding. Fortunately, the President approved Governor McMaster's request for an emergency declaration for South Carolina last night. This declaration authorizes FEMA to provide emergency protective measures, including direct federal assistance. We urge the residents of South Carolina and everyone in the path of the storm to remain vigilant. For Florida, as we continue to monitor the situation in South Carolina and the overall path of the storm, state and federal search and rescue operations remain underway in Florida. FEMA's urban search and rescue teams are part of a unified effort to conduct operations by air, land, and sea in coordination with our federal partners, as well as state and local officials. As part of this effort, Florida has activated about 5,000 Florida National Guard members, as well as another 2,000 members from other states through mutual aid to help with search and rescue operations and other emergency protective measures. I'll let our Coast Guard colleagues provide an update on their search and rescue efforts as part of this unified command in a later brief. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas also activated the DHS Search Capacity Force yesterday. This is comprised of 7,500 members from other federal agencies who can augment our staffing patterns to help us address the response and recovery needs following storms. This will significantly enhance our efforts in Florida as well as up the eastern seaboard as the storm continues to move. Nearly 3,000 federal responders are working in Florida and across the southeast right now, including more than 1,600 FEMA staff that are deployed to support this mission in Florida. I'm immensely grateful to the more than 850 emergency management personnel from other states that have answered the call to help serve storm survivors and communities that need their help through mutual aid. Finally, I'd like to add that our Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships is coordinating closely with national non-governmental organizations such as the National Urban League, AARP, the Methodist Episcopal Church, and national voluntary organizations active in disasters to ensure FEMA and our federal partners have the best on-the-ground information from communities impacted. Thanks to President Biden's swift approval of Florida's major disaster declaration, FEMA assistance is now available to help impacted individuals across designated counties to help jumpstart the recovery. The declaration also enables us to deliver assistance adequate and tailored to meet the needs of our survivors. Today, I'm happy to share that 4 additional counties have been added to the major disaster declaration for assistance, and as we continue to survey damage, we expect that number to grow. I want to once again urge impacted individuals to register for assistance in those declared counties. You can do this by visiting disasterassistance.gov, using the FEMA app, or dialing 1-800-621-FEMA. That's 1-800-621-3362 to start your registration process to get the assistance and the services that you need. In addition to all 67 counties and the Miccosukee tribe, Indians of Florida, and the Seminole tribe of Florida, they're all eligible for emergency protective measures as well, including search and rescue efforts. Before I turn it over to my partners on the stage, I want to remind everyone that this storm is not over yet, as Ken Graham has said. And just because the skies are clear does not mean it's safe. Water can be electrified. There can be other hazards in there. Please stay safe and continue to listen to local officials. Whether it's South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Puerto Rico, Alaska, we'll be there to support those impacted by disasters. We have the resources, we have the resolve, and we remain ready to lean forward to continue to help those in Florida and elsewhere to jumpstart the recovery. Thank you, and with that, I'll turn it over to Daniel Yargas, who will provide our Spanish language update. Daniel?
Thank you so much. Buenas tardes, soy Daniel Yargués. Empezamos con la actualización. La administradora de FEMA, Diane Criswell, visitó el estado de Florida y se reunió con el gobernador del estado y va a también evaluar los daños. Como lo escuchamos del director de NOAA, Ken Graham, Ian todavía presenta una amenaza a las personas. En su trayectoria estamos viendo los impactos de la tormenta en estos momentos. Ahora es el momento de que los residentes de Carolina del Sur ejecuten esos planes de emergencia que tienen. Todos los peligros que hemos visto en el estado de Florida pueden afectar a aquellos que viven tierra adentro, con fuertes vientos, lluvia, inundaciones y muy peligrosa la manejada ciclónica que puede ser mortal también. Afortunadamente, el presidente Biden aprobó una petición del gobernador McMaster de Carolina del Sur de una declaración de emergencia. Urgimos a los residentes de Carolina del Sur y a todos los que están en la trayectoria de esta tormenta a estar muy atentos a sus desarrollos. Así como continuamos vigilando la situación en Carolina del Sur, la trayectoria del huracán Ian, las operaciones de búsqueda y rescate federales y estatales continúan llevándose a cabo. Tenemos equipos de búsqueda y rescate urbanos, son parte del esfuerzo unificado para llevar a cabo operaciones por aire, tierra y agua. en coordinación con nuestros socios federales, incluyendo a la Guardia Costera de los Estados Unidos, el Departamento de Defensa, el Departamento del Interior y autoridades estatales de Florida y locales también. Y como parte de este esfuerzo, Florida ha activado alrededor de 5,000 miembros de la Guardia Nacional y a 2,000 miembros de otros estados para asistir a la respuesta, incluyendo equipos también de búsqueda y rescate. Nuestros socios de la Guardia Costera proveerán más detalles de sus operaciones en unos momentos. El secretario del Departamento de Seguridad Nacional de los Estados Unidos, Alejandro Mayorkas, ha activado la fuerza laboral adicional con 7,500 miembros de otras agencias federales que están ayudando a suplementar nuestra fuerza laboral en FEMA. Esto aumentará de manera significativa nuestros esfuerzos en el estado de Florida. Casi 3,000 empleados de rescate federal trabajan en Florida y en el sureste del país, incluyendo más de 1,600 empleados de FEMA que están apoyando esta misión. Como lo dijo la asistente Bink, estamos muy agradecidos por el trabajo de más de 850 empleados de manejo de emergencias y otros estados que han apoyado a las personas, a los residentes de Florida, por medio del acuerdo mutuo que tienen de trabajo. El Centro de Municipalidades y Trabajos de Culto está coordinando muy de cerca con organizaciones no gubernamentales como National Urban League, AARP, la Iglesia Metodista Episcopal Africana y otras organizaciones voluntarias activas en desastres para asegurarse de que FEMA, sus socios federales, tengan la mejor información disponible para las comunidades afectadas. Y como lo dijo Ann, le damos gracias a la rápida aprobación de la declaración de desastre mayor por parte del presidente Biden para el estado de Florida. FEMA estamos disponibles para ayudar a las personas afectadas en los condados designados a su recuperación. Esta declaración también nos permite ofrecer asistencia adecuada y adapta a las necesidades de cada comunidad. Hoy me complace compartir que han añadido 4 condados adicionales al estado de Florida a causa del huracán Ian para recibir asistencia y las evaluaciones de daños van a continuar llevándose a cabo en estos días. También queremos pedirle a todas las personas que fueron afectadas por el desastre que soliciten asistencia en disasterassistance.gov/ES, llamando al 1-800-621-3362 o descargando la aplicación de FEMA. Y además de los 67 condados, también las tribus Miskosuki y la tribu Seminole de Florida también pueden agregarse a esta declaración con protecciones de emergencias. Antes de ceder la palabra a nuestros socios, quiero recordarles que esta tormenta no ha terminado. Aunque vean que ya salió el sol y que hay cielos despejados, el peligro de esta tormenta, de este huracán, continúa. Y podemos darles ejemplos como el tendido de cables caídos, aguas inundadas que pueden ser mortales, y también les pedimos que no salga y que permita que las cuadrillas de trabajo realicen ese trabajo para la recuperación. Ya sea en Florida, Carolina del Sur, Puerto Rico, en Alaska, FEMA estará presente para apoyar los impactos de los desastres. Tenemos los recursos y la determinación para hacerlo. Gracias.
Good afternoon. Coast Guard responders continue round-the-clock operations with a primary purpose of saving lives. At heart, we're a humanitarian organization, and that's what we're doing on the ground in Florida as we speak. We're doing this from the air, on the ground, and also from the sea. And since the storm made landfall yesterday, we've saved 117 lives, together with pets of the members that we've saved. Those operations are going to continue for as long as it takes to rescue everyone. This operation is happening with unity of effort and tight synchronization and organization with all the requisite federal, state, and local authorities. For example, the National Guard, FEMA, and then local responders that are responding in the air and on the ground. We've all seen the images that have come from the devastated areas. We've all heard the stories coming out of that. And Coast Guard men and women who are operating in Florida are doing so with great sympathy and great fellowship with those who have lost their businesses, may have lost their homes, and even may have lost loved ones. The Coast Guard also has a top priority to reestablish and reconstitute the maritime transportation system. So in the days leading up to storm landfall, the Coast Guard, together with port authorities and the private sector, secured all the ports on the west coast of Florida and then the northeast portion of Florida to be secure as the storm passed through. Now that the storm has passed, we're working as we speak with the Army Corps of Engineers and NOAA to do a rapid survey and assessment of those port areas so we can resume and reconstitute maritime transportation that's so incredibly crucial to trade and making sure that supplies make it into Florida. So we're focusing primarily on the Port of Tampa, St. Pete, and the Port of Manatee in Florida. So as you've heard, this isn't over yet, and this continues to be a very dangerous storm as it makes landfall in South Carolina with impacts in North Carolina, Georgia, and inland. Just as the Coast Guard did to prepare for landfall in Florida, we've worked the past couple of days leading up to storm landfall in those new areas to make sure that ports were secured and that Coast Guard aircraft, boats, and cutters moved out of harm's way, and that we staged ready to respond once the storm passed and it was safe to do so. And so we're poised again to do search and rescue operations together with federal, state, and local partners in those areas as necessary once we can do a rapid assessment. It goes without saying, but it bears repeating, that we encourage everyone in these newly impacted areas to heed the advice of their emergency response authorities for evacuation, safe haven, and for preparedness, so they can help manage their own safety and save their own lives in advance of this storm as it moves through. Thank you very much, and looking forward to your questions.
Ms. O'Connell, Health and Human Services. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'm Dawn O'Connell, the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response at HHS. And as part of this whole of government response that you're seeing up here, HHS's Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, or ASPR, which I lead, has deployed teams of medical responders and supplies to the region in support of our state and local partners. By the end of today, we will have more than 318 personnel deployed and available to respond in coordination with FEMA and the impacted states. This includes personnel from the National Disaster Medical System, or NDMS, along with regional emergency coordinators, incident management teams, and logistical staff. Our teams are deployed in Georgia and in Miami, allowing us to be positioned to support any emerging medical needs in Florida and along the East Coast as Ian makes its second landfall in South Carolina. These NDMS teams include physicians, nurses, paramedics, and pharmacists who can assist hospitals with the triage and treatment of patients. They can provide medical support for people found by urban search and rescue. They provide medical and public health support to those relocated to emergency shelters, including to shelters serving special needs populations. And they can provide pharmaceutical support and resupply for ambulance strike teams. These teams are coming equipped with 52 tractor trailers holding approximately 520,000 pounds of medical supplies and equipment that can head right into the areas with the most need, so they don't have to worry about securing equipment or supplies on their way in. Beginning tomorrow, one of these teams will deploy to Sarasota Memorial Hospital in Venice, Florida, to provide hospital decompression support. And on September 26, Secretary Becerra declared a public health emergency for Florida in response to the hurricane. We also activated HHS Empower program, which is a partnership between ASPR and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to identify Medicare beneficiaries who rely on electricity-dependent durable medical equipment and certain healthcare services such as dialysis, oxygen tanks, or home health to help anticipate, plan for, and respond to the needs of these at-risk citizens in the impacted areas. We continue to work in close collaboration with FEMA and our other partners, and we are committed to helping respond to the health-related impacts of the storm. We will provide all the support we can to help these communities in need. So if you are a hospital or a healthcare system, long-term care facility, assisted living facility, and you need help, please let us know. We've got teams on the ground ready to assist. Thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Major General.
Thank you.
U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Good afternoon. I'm Major General Butch Graham from the United States Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps is well postured to support FEMA, both in Puerto Rico, Florida, and South Carolina. We are certainly standing ready to provide public works and engineering support, and also to coordinate long-term infrastructure recovery. Simply put, we are leaning forward. USACE has more than 50 specially trained response teams supported by pre-awarded emergency contracts that allow us to perform that wide range of public works and engineering related support. In Florida right now, we have 600 professionals. That's Corps of Engineers, civilians, our military, and our contracting partners moving generators forward to assist the state of Florida to provide emergency power. We're assisting the state of Florida to provide assessment of the infrastructure. Many of you have seen the pictures on media that shows what's been damaged. We're providing backstop support. Currently, we're working on 9 hospitals, as well as helping Lee County determine where its water distribution system is currently leaking. And then finally, we've got great partnerships with our tribal partners down in Florida. We've been asked by the Miccosukee tribe to assist them on a canal that's currently flooding, and we've got engineers on site and pumps leading or moving to that location. Ma'am, thank you for your time here today.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll take questions.
Hi there, I'm Nicole Skang with CBS News. Thank you so much for conducting this briefing. If you'll indulge me, I have a question for you, Assistant Administrator and Vice Admiral Gautier, and Director Ken Graham. Assistant Administrator, state emergency officials have announced 21 deaths as of this morning. Are there any updates to that number or indications that fatalities will increase significantly in the coming days, as well as a sense of how many remain missing? And separately, can you speak to some of your bigger concerns moving forward, as well as efforts to counter any fraud, scammers who want to take advantage of hurricane survivors?
Absolutely. To the first question, the state is the source of that information, so that is the latest information at this time. As we've discussed, we are laser focused on life safety efforts as we continue our search and rescue operations in conjunction with the Coast Guard and others. And as it relates to fraud, we do have controls in place that can continue to screen for signs of it while not slowing down assistance to those who need it.
Vice Admiral Gautier, can you speak to some of the challenges of conducting rescue missions, given the level of decimation, in some cases, water that has risen beyond the roof of a home? And, right now District 7 is handling recovery efforts in Puerto Rico, rescue efforts in Florida, and preparations in South Carolina. How has the Coast Guard adjusted to meet this sort of incredible need?
Yeah, well, thanks. Land-based urban search and rescue does present quite a challenge. You'll have down power lines, the infrastructure's damaged, people might be trapped in homes. And so the first thing that we do is just make sure that we've got really tight coordination with all of the responders that are working. So in any given area, you might have Coast Guard operating together with National Guard forces from Florida and also mobilized from outside of the area. And then you'll have local responders that could be working on the ground. The Coast Guard actually mobilized a fleet of shallow water boats that we have that can operate in waters that in flooded areas and streets and things like that. We're operating there, and so for example, there's a team from Miami-Dade County that's mobilized from outside of the area that the Coast Guard is coordinating in. And then what you have, in a normal circumstance, you'll have a 911 system that is fully functioning, and we encourage people to continue to use the 911 system as their primary means for asking for help. But also in that type of search and rescue, we will go block by block as a response group to make sure that we've identified everyone. Some of these folks may not have the means of communication, knocking on doors, doing overflights to see if individuals might be on rooftops or stranded in flooded streets.
And if I can just ask Director Graham, can you talk a little
Yeah, a couple things. Those on the coast, you just got to look at that storm surge. I mean, 5 to 7 feet of storm surge is life-threatening in some of those cases. So just really be aware of that water. The other message I have is, you look at the rainfall. These tropical systems, you can't just think it's some coastal problem. That rain and that moisture has to go somewhere. So as a result, you're going to get heavy rainfall. Those rainfall totals, you start getting 5 to 7 inches, maybe even up to a foot of rain in some of those mountainous areas. You could be well inland. I'm talking hundreds of miles inland and still get those heavy rainfall amounts. I'm very concerned about some of those tropical rains getting into the terrain areas. So that's where you're thinking about fast flowing water, quickly rising water, get that flash flooding. It just becomes incredibly dangerous. And especially if you think about, we're making landfall now, right? So a lot of that rain's going to occur tonight, and that's in the dark. So nighttime rainfall, nighttime flash flooding is incredibly dangerous. So just urging everyone to listen to those local officials. If you don't have to go anywhere, please don't, because it's incredibly dangerous. Yep.
Anyone else? Questions?
All right. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
That will conclude today's conference.
did, sorry. It was part of the machinery that was being tested.
How are you? How are you?
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. Okay, so today was a historic day for the country. We should all be proud of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and her historic investiture to the United States Supreme Court. More than 100 justices have served on the United States Supreme Court over the past 200 years. But today, for the first time, Americans and people across the world will see 4 women sitting on the bench. And today, for the first time, Americans will see a Black woman serving on our nation's highest court. This is a proud day for America, for our democracy, and in particular for women and Black women. This fulfills major promises President Biden made to help make sure our Supreme Court bench reflects the diversity of our nation, and more broadly, to strengthen the judiciary by fighting to nominate and confirm federal judges at a fast rate. He promised his nominees would be experienced, committed to the rule of law, and that they would represent diverse personal and professional backgrounds. Since taking office, President Biden has made 143 nominations. 84 have been confirmed, which is standout progress. And of his 143 nominees, 68% have been women and 66% are people of color. He's nominated groundbreaking first, who would be the first Black, Latino, and AAPI judge to serve in their circuit or district around the country. Today, as we celebrate Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson investiture, we also want to celebrate the many others across the country making history. And the president is going to keep building on what he sees as one of his proudest accomplishments, and he thanks the Senate for their leadership on this issue as well. Finally, as you heard directly from the president a short time ago, our hearts are with everyone impacted by Hurricanes Ian and also Hurricane Fiona. The president remains in regular touch with the state and local officials and spoke with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster this morning. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell is also on the ground in Florida today. Since before the storm made landfall, President Biden has been clear that it is a priority for the entire administration to get those impacted by the storm help that they need. 1 week ago, the president issued an emergency declaration for Florida, which meant we could pre-position teams and resources like food, water, and generators on the ground. Yesterday, the president did the same thing for South Carolina in anticipation of the storm hitting there. Currently, efforts are focused on saving lives and search and rescue as part of an unprecedented level of coordination with the Florida National Guard and state and local responders. Teams started search and rescue missions before daylight yesterday and are continuing that effort today. By the end of yesterday, they had already saved hundreds of lives and completed thousands of structural assessments, allowing people to safely return to their homes. Federal teams are continuing to assess damage and work to restore critical services, ensuring emergency power is available to critical infrastructure like hospitals, and evaluating bridges, airports, and ports as well. We're also continuing to support the people of Puerto Rico as they recover from Hurricane Fiona. We're providing support for emergency response, recovery, and power restoration efforts, and covering 100% of the cost of public assistance, debris removal, and more. We have over 1,000 federal response workers on the ground, and we are providing millions of dollars to repair highways and bridges as well. We are also investing millions of dollars to make Puerto Rico's infrastructure, including its power grid, more resilient to climate change. The people of Florida, South Carolina, Puerto Rico, and everyone impacted by these storms have the full support of the federal government. And as you can see today, finally, we are joined by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan at the podium to talk about the United States response to Russia's attempts to annex parts of sovereign Ukraine. And with that, I will let Jake take to the podium. Go ahead, Jake. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Corinne. As Corinne said, I will have an update for you all on Russia, but first I want to take a moment, just as Corinne did, to acknowledge the devastation of Hurricane Ian and the millions of people who have been impacted by this terrible storm. And as Corinne said and the President said earlier today, our hearts are with the people of Florida, South Carolina, and the Southeast. As President Biden made clear, we're going to do everything we can across this White House and across this government to support the people who have been impacted by the storm with the full resources of the federal government as communities endeavor to recover and then to rebuild. I also want to say a special word of thanks to our first responders at every level of our government for everything they are doing and for the life-saving and dangerous missions they've undertaken over the last 2 days to keep people safe. And if you'll indulge me, just a word on what was a very important foreign policy development yesterday. President Biden hosted a historic U.S. Pacific Island country summit. He released the first ever U.S. Pacific Island strategy. He announced over $810 million in additional expanded programs to help these countries combat the climate crisis, provide development assistance, enhance maritime security, and more. And finally, President Biden and all 12 Pacific Island presidents who joined him here at the White House for this summit issued a joint declaration to strengthen our partnership and to chart an affirmative vision for the region. Today, as you all saw just a little bit ago, President Biden issued a strong condemnation of Russia's fraudulent attempt to annex sovereign Ukrainian territory. This act is a flagrant violation of international law, and it has no legitimacy. Unfortunately, it's also not surprising. It's straight out of Putin's playbook of deceit, disinformation, and aggression, and we've been warning about it for months. In fact, I've stood at this podium and warned about it several times, including as recently as last week. Based on our information, every aspect of this process was pre-staged and falsified under orders from the Kremlin. The sham referenda were held at gunpoint. Ukrainian civilians were forced to cast ballots through coercion, intimidation, and in some cases under the watch of armed guards. Saying that it somehow reflects the will of the people is an absurdity. The United States will never recognize these actions. The world will never recognize these actions. And we will stay the course, as the President told you earlier today. We have built, led, and maintained an extraordinary and coordinated response with our allies and partners, and that response will continue. As President Biden said, we will not be deterred. So what does that mean specifically in reaction to what has just happened? First, as we saw from the Treasury Department and as the President underscored, we are sending a clear warning from the United States government, supported by all of our G7 partners. We will sanction and impose export controls on any individual, entity, or country that provides political or economic support to these attempts at annexation. We have put in place authorities to enable us to do that rapidly and efficiently. We are also announcing new sanctions today that target additional Russian government officials and leaders, including State Duma members who are accomplices in these fraudulent actions, and including the central bank governor. We are also sanctioning Russian and Belarusian military officials, and we have specifically targeted defense procurement networks, including international suppliers supporting Russia's military-industrial complex. Second, we will continue to provide military equipment so that Ukraine can defend its territory and its freedom. Today, President Biden will sign legislation from Congress that contains more than $12 billion in additional funding for Ukraine, and we are grateful for the continued support. There is no stronger, more bipartisan rebuke of what Russia has just done, no more timely rebuke, and no more assertive statement that we can make through resources and not just through words, that we are going to continue to help Ukraine defend its territory and to deoccupy those parts that Russia has occupied. Earlier this week, we announced a significant new billion-dollar arms package, which included 18 new HIMARS for Ukraine as part of our long-term commitment to strengthening Ukraine's armed forces over the years ahead. And we expect to have another announcement of immediate security assistance to announce next week. Next, the United States and the international community have been crystal clear that we will use diplomatic tools at our disposal to fundamentally reject Russia's attempts to take its neighbor's territory by force. Today, the United States is supporting a resolution at the UN Security Council to condemn these sham referenda and to call on Russia immediately to withdraw its forces from Ukraine. If Russia seeks to shield itself at the Security Council, the United Nations will work with partners around the world to take action next week at the UN General Assembly. Leaders around the world have spoken out about what's at stake: the independence of the democratic nation of Ukraine, the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the very foundation of the United Nations Charter and the modern international order. As the Secretary General of the United Nations said yesterday, quote, "It must not be accepted," and it will not be accepted. To put it simply, the regions of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia remain Ukrainian territory. Ukraine has every right to continue to defend its sovereignty, which the people of Ukraine are doing bravely and courageously every day with the support of the international community. And the United States, for our part, under President Biden's leadership, will support them at every step along the way for as long as it takes. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Ukraine is seeking accelerated membership in NATO. Is that something that's possible or something you would seriously consider?
The United States has been clear for decades that we support an open door policy for NATO. Any decision on NATO membership is between the 30 allies and the countries aspiring to join. Right now, our view is that the best way for us to support Ukraine is through practical on-the-ground support in Ukraine, and that the process in Brussels should be taken up at a different time. Yes.
Thanks, Jake. In his speech this morning, the president called the Nord Stream pipeline attacks, quote, a deliberate act of sabotage. And he said now the Russians are pumping out misinformation and lies about it. Should we take that to mean that the U.S. now believes that Russia was likely responsible for this act of sabotage?
Well, first, Russia has done what it frequently does when it is responsible for something, which is make accusations that it was really someone else who did it. We've seen this repeatedly over time. But the president was also clear today that there is more work to do on the investigation before the United States government is prepared to make an attribution in this case. One of the practical reasons for that is that because gas is emanating from these pipelines, the Danish authorities and other authorities in the Baltic Sea can't actually get down to the source of the leak to do forensics on what appears to be an explosion. So we will have to wait until a combination of physical inspection, intelligence gathering, and consultation with our allies to make a definitive determination. But what we can say unequivocally is the suggestions Russia has made about the United States and other countries are flat out false. Russia knows they're false, but of course this is part of their playbook.
But how many countries or entities are even capable of carrying out the kind of attack that we saw with hundreds of kilograms of explosives 250 feet below the surface of the sea?
Not many, and I think this is obviously an act of sabotage that took place, we believe, in the neighborhood of 70 to 80 meters, 230 to 270 feet under the ocean. You know, that takes some degree of sophistication, but I don't want to get ahead of myself in terms of asserting how exactly this happened or who exactly did it until we're standing on solid ground. We will continue to work with our allies and partners to gather all of the facts, and then we will make a determination about where we go from there.
Jake, two questions. Putin clearly had nuclear weapons on his mind today when he was giving this speech. He said the West is deceitful, hypocritical. The United States is the only country to have used nuclear weapons. And he said, by the way, they've created a precedent. How worrying is that to you?
I've been clear myself, President Biden has been clear, our administration has been clear that there is a risk, given all of the loose talk and the nuclear saber rattling by Putin, that he would consider this, and we've been equally clear about what the consequences would be. We have communicated that directly to the Russians. We do not presently see indications about the imminent use of nuclear weapons. We are, of course, monitoring that carefully and staying in close consultation with allies and partners, but this is something that we are attuned to, taking very seriously, and communicating directly with Russia about, including the kind of decisive responses the United States would have if they went down that dark road.
Is the risk of that higher now than it was 6 or 7 months ago?
Well, what's interesting is that at various points over the course of this conflict, including right at the outset, Putin has brandished the nuclear card. He's doing it again. So the risk has been there from the start. It's there today. I'm not going to characterize its exact level, only to say that we have been taking this seriously for some time, and we continue to take it seriously now. Yeah.
One broader question before you move on. What lessons from 2014 and from Crimea are you using now? What did you learn from that you're applying here?
Well, there's a number of, just in terms of the tactics of how things unfolded in Crimea, including the fact that you didn't have the kind of sustained military conflict associated with it that you do in these cases. That means you cannot draw the analogy too far. On the other hand, one of the things that we have been clear about from the start of this conflict, and even in the months that preceded it, when I stood at this podium and warned that it was coming, is that we were going to be prepared with clear, swift, and very certain responses. And so when I stand here before you today to talk about sanctions, to talk about new funding, to talk about new transfers of military equipment and diplomatic initiatives that are unfolding the very day that Putin gives his speech, that is all the product of months of planning and coordination with our allies and partners so that we do not allow time to elapse, so that we seize the diplomatic initiative, and so that we communicate very clearly we will not accept this, and we will help equip the Ukrainians to push back aggressively against it, even as we rally the international community to condemn it. That has been our strategy from the start. We have tried to be as clear and transparent about that as possible, warning what was going to come, indicating what we would do, and then following through and doing it. And that's what we're doing today. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Would the U.S. actively enter the war if Putin used nukes on Ukraine?
So I have said before that we have had the opportunity to communicate directly to Russia a range of consequences for the use of nuclear weapons and the kinds of actions the United States would take. I have also said before that we are not going to telegraph these things publicly. And so all I can tell you is that the Russians understand where things stand on this issue, we understand where things stand on this issue, and I will leave it at that.
Do we run the risk, though, if we're not moving more firepower to Europe right now, that we would be unprepared for a serious response if he were to take that kind of action tomorrow?
President Biden, even before this conflict began, moved a substantial number of additional U.S. forces on land, sea, and air to Europe. After the conflict got underway, within 72 hours, he had ordered the movement of even more forces beyond that. So we are standing at a level of enhanced force posture across the eastern flank, in the major maritime domains, and with all of the capabilities we need in the air as well. We feel that we have in place right now the capacity to effectively deter and respond to any contingency and to make good on what President Biden emphatically reinforced today, that we will defend every inch of NATO territory. The United States has put in place the pieces for that, and if you look at what our NATO allies have done in terms of surging their own capabilities to eastern flank allies, upping their own defense expenditures, We are at a level, a state of readiness to take on any contingency, and we're doing the active coordination and scenario planning to be prepared for whatever comes our way.
Is there anything we can do to protect energy infrastructure now before something that's actually in use gets attacked in Europe?
The President mentioned today, actually, in response to a question, that we have, in fact, begun coordinating with allies to increase surveillance and monitoring of energy infrastructure, including pipelines in the Baltic Sea. And we will continue to work closely with Norway and other countries that have come out publicly and announced that they are stepping up their efforts in that regard. The United States has capabilities to be able to bring to bear, and we are bringing those to bear.
Can you describe a little for us about the scenario planning? I would think that when this war began, there was a certain category of planning that has gone on. And how significantly has that changed as the facts have changed, as these threats have changed? And does it suggest that this is a very dynamic situation where is the President engaged in approving new plans on a frequent basis, or is this something that is part of a ready playbook that would already be at the disposal of the Department of Defense, or is this something that's being retooled in real time?
There are elements that are consistent and elements that are dynamic. And what I mean by that is, from the very beginning, we've known the broad categories of forms of escalation that Russia could conceivably undertake. We've known the broad categories of contingencies that we might face, our allies might face, and Ukraine might face. But of course, as time goes on and circumstances change on the battlefield and broader diplomatic circumstances change, and as we gather new intelligence, we can refine the contingency planning within those broad categories to be more specific about different scenarios. And so over time, the President gets updates on the intelligence, updates on the likelihood or lack of likelihood of different circumstances, and refinements in the planning that's taking place across every element of our government, including the Defense Department, the intelligence community, the State Department, USAID, the Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation. We have people, experts from across our government working on a range of contingencies, and the President is in regular touch with his National Security Council principals to get updates on this and to give direction about how to continue to refine and sharpen these plans. The other thing that's happened is you've seen this steady stream of engagements President Biden has had with foreign counterparts, particularly in NATO, the G7, the European Union. That has been an opportunity to engage on different scenarios and to make sure that the leaders of these countries are directing their teams to coordinate together so that we can have a common playbook for how we respond in different circumstances. That's been a very important planning function that's almost unprecedented in the intensity and frequency of engagement at the leader level in a circumstance like this. Yeah.
Jake, I wanted to ask you about the sanctions. I know we've had batches of sanctions rolled out for the last, say, 7 months, and I wanted you to help us understand what makes you all confident that these latest sanctions would deter or change Putin's behavior when thus far we have not seen his behavior change.
Well, so first, one of the key elements of our sanction strategy has been to reduce the capacity of the Russian military machine to regenerate its ability to threaten Ukraine. And we think we have had an impact on that, denying inputs to the weapons of war that Putin wants to manufacture and place on the battlefield. Second, we have wanted to undermine Russia's major sectors in technology, in industry, and of course in defense, so that its capacity to project power, threaten and coerce its neighbors, and wage wars of aggression is reduced over time. And we think that there is demonstrable progress on that front as well. Third, we want to send a clear message to the rest of the world that those companies, those individuals, and those countries that are going to stand beside Russia on this issue of illegal annexation, they will subject themselves to sanctions, and we do believe that that will have a considerable deterrent effect and have seen that in other circumstances. So for all of these reasons, we feel that the sanctions element of our strategy, the economic pressure that we are placing on Russia, and the denial of their ability to gather what they need to be able to regenerate their war machine, this has been a critical element to how we have prosecuted our strategy so far, and the impacts of it will continue to be felt month on month as we go forward and put us in a stronger position and Russia in a more disadvantaged position as this unfolds.
One follow on annexation. Can I just ask real quick on sort of the broader view of U.S. policy on annexation? Is it U.S. policy that any land gained by defensive or offensive war cannot be legally annexed?
It is the U.S. policy that the attempt to annex at the point of a gun, to conquer territory, hold sham referenda, and then declare that territory your sovereign territory and not your neighbor's sovereign territory is as flagrant a violation of the UN Charter as possible. And this case is cut and dried. And it's for that reason that the UN Secretary General, who has been a careful voice, a neutral arbiter in multiple efforts on diplomacy between Russia and Ukraine over the last 6 months, came out with an absolutely unequivocal statement in this regard yesterday, and every word of it is something that the international community can collectively stand behind. Yeah.
Do Russia's actions give you any second thoughts about enacting the oil price cap policy, which essentially would encourage countries to buy Russian oil at a discount as opposed to a full-out global ban?
We're continuing down the road of negotiating alongside our G7 partners and working with countries who are purchasers or prospective purchasers of Russian oil, what the parameters in terms of a price cap would look like. We are not currently discussing a change in that policy, but rather continuing to find ways to both protect global energy markets and to deny revenues to Putin to feed his war machine. That is our fundamental objective. We believe this is the best method by which to achieve that objective, and we're not looking at a fundamental course correction on that at this time. Yeah.
Are you concerned there could be attacks on U.S. and Western infrastructure after the Nord Stream 1 incident?
We have to be concerned about the possibility of Russian action, Russian aggression against Western infrastructure, Western facilities. We have been concerned about that from the beginning of the war. We don't have any specific intelligence to share with you today on that, but that is the reason we do contingency planning. It is the reason that we send strong deterrent messages like the President today saying that the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory, and it's why the President said today that we've elevated our surveillance and monitoring of critical infrastructure in NATO territory in the event that it is put at risk, either physically or through cyber means or otherwise, and we will continue to do that.
There is a heightened concern about that possibility.
Well, before this war even began, I stood at this podium and said the possibility that we could see attacks in the United States, cyber attacks, or we could see attacks in Europe, whether physical or cyber, was real. It was real then, it remains real today, and what happened with Nord Stream 1 and 2 only reminds us that it is real. Yes.
Thank you. There is a clear nexus between Russia and Iran regarding the drone program that threaten Ukraine. How worried are you about this, and is there any way to stop it? And will you impose more sanction on Iran in the aftermath of the killing of Ms. Amini that you yourself condemned, and also they issued some sanctions, but do we expect more sanctions on the Iranian regime?
We continue to condemn the brutality and the repression against the brave citizens of Iran, the brave women of Iran who are simply marching for their rights and their dignity and their justice. And we continue to stand with them, not just in word, but in deed. We have issued several sanctions against Iranian entities for what they have done in this killing and brutality. And yes, we will continue to look for targets to impose sanctions in response to these brutal human rights violations. We have also issued sanctions with respect to the transfer of UAVs from Iran to Russia, and we are looking for additional methods to reduce Iran's capacity to be able to manufacture and then to sell these kinds of systems to Russia. We will continue to work on that. And the entire world should see that Russia, as it runs into problems being able to regenerate its own capabilities, has to turn to other countries to try to get a hold of whatever kind of precision munition it can, including Iranian UAVs, that this is a move Russia has been forced to make because it is being denied inputs. And we're going to try and cut off other countries who Russia would seek to go out and approach to get these kinds of weapons to be able to feed their war machine in Ukraine. Yeah.
Can I very quickly ask whether the profile of weapons and stuff being sent is changing, and in particular whether you have a view on whether tanks should be provided to Ukraine either by the U.S. or by other countries facilitated by the U.S.? And separately, while we have you, it's been about a year since that AUKUS deal was announced. I'm wondering if you have any update on the status of that? Are the Australians going to be buying American submarines, British submarines, or a combination of the two?
Actually, our leaders just recently put out a statement following the one-year anniversary of the AUKUS announcement, which took place last September, just over a year ago, and we've made substantial progress over the course of the past year. We feel very good about the trilateral cooperation on the submarine program. We think that we have a good path forward. I'm not going to get into specifics on exactly what the nature of the platform will be. That some of the details of that need to continue to be worked out, but even more importantly, I need to protect the sensitivity of it. I will just say that our three countries are very much on the same page about the path forward, and there has been significant progress from concept 1 year ago to now the process of actually putting this in place. We also are pursuing a significant number of advanced capabilities through the AUKUS partnership in cyber, artificial intelligence, and other areas. We've seen significant progress on those as well, and there are certain areas where we are looking to bring in other partners as well as part of an open platform approach. With respect to tanks, we actually have facilitated the provision of tanks to Ukraine from some of our Eastern European partners who have provided the same type of Soviet-style tanks that the Ukrainian army trained on and is in possession of, and we will continue to do that. In terms of other weapon systems, what the president announced this week was a further provision of HIMARS, which we have provided before. We expect the next package will be a re-up of many of the capabilities that the Ukrainians have moved so effectively, and I don't have any announcements of new and additional capabilities beyond that.
What about NATO standard tanks, the Abrams tanks, Leopard tanks, like a higher, more modern tank? That's what is being sought by either the Ukrainians or advocates for it. Are you ruling that out, or is NATO ruling that out?
I'm not ruling anything out. I will say I don't have any announcement on a U.S. tank today, and in terms of German tanks, I would refer you to the Germans who are in their own consultations with the Ukrainians on that.
Thanks, Jake. Senators Blumenthal and Graham introduced legislation yesterday that would cut off U.S. military and economic aid to nations that recognize Putin's annexation of Ukraine. Does the White House support this proposal, or would it consider such a policy move like this?
So I haven't had a chance to read the legislation, and in these circumstances, the details end up mattering. But at a broad level, the basic proposition that we should be imposing economic costs on countries, individuals, and entities that are providing political and economic support to these annexations, not only do we agree with that, I just announced that from this podium today. We are going to do that ourselves under executive authority. And I want to issue a clear warning to those who would think about providing political and economic support to these annexed territories or to Russia's efforts to justify and defend the annexation. You can be subject to U.S. sanctions as a result of those activities. We look forward to working with Senators Graham and Blumenthal on an approach in the Congress that could be consistent with and help drive that forward.
Thank you, Jake. A couple of questions on Ukraine and then a follow-up on Iran, if I may. I'd like to get the administration's reaction on President Zelensky's statement saying that we are ready for a dialogue with Russia, but with another president of Russia. That's my first one. And then the second one is we understand that U.S. diplomats have been pressing Russia's allies to convince Putin to de-escalate. Can you be more specific about those kinds of overtures? In what ways does the administration believe that China and India can apply more pressure on Moscow to de-escalate, not go the nuclear route?
So on your second question, we think any country that believes in the principles of the UN Charter, and frankly, that should be every country that signed up to the UN Charter, should be taking on its measure of responsibility to communicate directly to the Kremlin that what it is doing is wrong, it is unjustified, and it must stop. And we are asking that of countries around the world. We'd like them to speak out publicly, and we would like them to convey things privately, diplomatically. With respect to the first question, which was, I'm sorry.
Zelensky saying that he's ready for a dialogue with Russia, but with another president of Russia.
President Zelensky has consistently said throughout this conflict that the war ultimately will end through diplomacy, and we have consistently backed him up in that. I would have to refer you to him on that precise statement and what he means by it, but what I will tell you is that we have had daily engagement with the president, his chief of staff, his foreign minister, his defense minister, and much communication, of course, between our military and their military to make sure that we are understanding one another well, that we are transparent about the support we're providing and the strategy they're pursuing. That continues today, and that will continue every day from here on out.
Share the sentiment of President Zelensky that a dialogue is only possible with another president and not Vladimir Putin?
I don't know the context of the statement, unfortunately, so I can't answer it in the characterization you've just provided it. What I will say is that President Biden believes that a diplomatic solution in Ukraine is possible, but it is only possible according to the basic terms of the UN Charter that everybody signed up to. That's what he said in his UN speech last week. He continues to believe that quite strongly, and in his conversations with President Zelensky, they've been of the same mind on that point.
Please follow up on Iran.
Question that on the pipeline, did I hear you correctly to say that the U.S. government has ruled out the involvement of any European allies, including Eastern European countries, some of whom are very angry about that pipeline and in the sabotage, and that
we do not believe that this was the work of any NATO ally.
And then more broadly, Putin in his speech cast this as a kind of cultural struggle, with Russia standing for tradition and the U.S. and the West standing for Satanism, for attacking the family and traditional values and things like that. How do you answer that argument?
I mean, it's raving. The fact that he's using words like Satanism is, to me, precisely the kind of over-the-top rhetoric and ranting that you hear from someone who has no basis to justify what is a colonial and imperial land grab. And so rather than fill in any kind of logic or moral defense of what he has done, he has to resort to these kinds of absurd arguments. And I think that can be plain for the entire world to see. Yeah, and this will be the last one, so.
Thank you, Jake. On another topic, what is your expectation for the election in Brazil this Sunday? What are you going to be watching for? And how fast is the White House going to recognize the result once it's announced?
I don't make predictions about American elections, so I promise you I will not make predictions about Brazilian elections or the elections of any other country. So, thank you, guys.
Question about Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jake. We don't have much time because I know folks have to gather, but Colleen, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Karine, can you give us an update on the president's plans? Will he go to Florida? Will he go to Puerto Rico? And then also, do you have any idea how much money you'll have to request from Congress yet to replenish the disaster fund?
So I'll say this, the continuing resolution in Congress, as you all know, is they're voting on this all today, so we'll help ensure that FEMA has the resources it needs to address immediate response and recovery needs, including those in Puerto Rico and also in Florida. So we will remain in close touch, obviously, with Congress on continuing to evaluate that. As far as what's currently happening, look, the president's been very clear. He wants to focus on what Florida needs, what Puerto Rico needs, and they both have the full force and the full support of the federal government, and we will continue to have close conversations with the officials on the ground to make sure that they have the people in Puerto Rico and the people in Florida have what they need. As you heard, he spoke to the South Carolina governor today, offering those same that same support. One of the things that I just want to reiterate, which is really important about what we have seen these last couple of days, actually more than a week, is if you think about what the president was able to do in Florida and what the president's going to be able to do in South Carolina, which is pre-position federal employees, responders on the ground in a way that we have not seen before. It is unprecedented, but we're seeing the type of coordination that we're seeing on the ground. And so that is because the president has made this a priority, and he wants to make sure that we are offering all of the support. Just to name a few, because this is, we think, important. It's the FEMA Urban Search and Rescue, the U.S. Coast Guard, the Department of Defense, DHS, the Department of the Interior, working hand in hand with the Florida National Guard and state and local responders. And these teams are doing the work day and night to make sure that they're rescuing folks on the ground, but also offering water, food, and generators as well.
When the president does go to Florida, whenever that might be, does he want to meet with Governor DeSantis personally?
So, I want to be very clear about this. This is not about politics, right? This is about the people of Florida and what they need. When we saw Surfside, the horrible, catastrophic, building falling in Surfside and killing so many Floridians not too long ago, over a year ago, you saw Governor DeSantis and you saw this president sit side by side talking about how they were going to work together to make sure that community got everything that they need. So this is not about politics. I don't have anything to share about a trip that the president's going to be making. He spoke for himself yesterday. It's something that he wants to do when it's appropriate in Florida. He does want to also go to Puerto Rico, and once we have an announcement to make, we surely will make that announcement.
Apparently a meeting today between the administration and oil executives. Could you tell us a little bit about that? What's that for?
For sure. So from what I understand, like as you stated, there's a meeting that happened with the Department of Energy with the oil companies. Don't have anything to share at this time as to how that meeting went or what was on the agenda. But certainly it is an important meeting as we look at continuing to keep those gas prices and oil prices down for the American people. As soon as I'm sure there'll be a readout and some more information to share to all of you. Go ahead.
Yesterday, President Biden said that Governor DeSantis, when they spoke, complimented him and praised the immediate response from the federal government. Is that a sentiment that the president returns? Does he think Governor DeSantis has handled the response to this well so far?
So I can't speak to the specifics of a private conversation. I can say that we gave a readout from our end about how the conversation went. Again, we don't want to make this about politics. We don't want to make this about red states versus blue states. This is about the American people that are families and everyday people who are on the ground who need the assistance, and they are going to continue to coordinate. They are going to continue to have conversations. They had, I believe, 3 conversations in just a week's time about what they can do to help the communities in Florida. But I don't want to get into politics here because this is not about that.
Right. I'm not asking about politics. I'm just asking if the president thinks that Governor DeSantis has done a good job.
I'm just not going to, look, I haven't had that conversation with the president. What I can tell you is that they are working closely together. The FEMA administrator is down there currently with the governor. They are traveling the state together and looking at what is currently happening on the ground. I'm not going to get into particulars of who's doing a good job and who's doing could do a better job, I should say. Right now, we are working closely, hand in hand, with the officials on the ground. We have had multiple conversations, not just this president, but also the FEMA administrator. And you can see the fact that they've had conversations, the fact that the FEMA administrators on the ground, that this is a working relationship that is about the people of Florida. I'm not going to get into scorecards here. I don't think you got called.
Yeah, thanks. Just real quick, the president will sign the CR today? Is that the idea now?
I don't have any. That's a very good question. I don't have any specifics on that. I know it takes some time. Like there's mechanics that need to be handled on the Congress side before a bill gets here. I don't have any specifics on when that gets signed. Clearly, he will sign it as soon as he's able to do that.
Okay, and is the White House still committed to an early October timeline for the application for student loans to go public? Yesterday there was an email that went out to some borrowers that said October generally. It didn't say early October. I'm wondering if the timeline has slipped at all.
I do have a little bit. I don't have a specific date in October, but let me just, since you mentioned the email, yesterday we began the first of what will be regular updates to borrowers interested in debt relief. We shared information of what people can expect in the coming weeks around the program and process for applying. We shared the following. The application for debt relief will be available next month in October. No date set yet, but we will next month. It's this month. We are in October, right? Or tomorrow. Tomorrow we're in October. The application will be a short online form. Borrowers won't need to upload any documents or use their FSAID to support their application. The application will be available from October 2022 through December 2023. Once an individual submits a form, the Department of Education will review the application, determine if the individual is eligible for relief, and will work with their loan server to process the relief. Our goal, as you all know, and we have said this, is to provide borrowers a seamless and simple experience, working closely with the servicers who will actually process the relief. We will have additional information for borrowers and in the upcoming days. Again, I know you're asking for a specific date, but that was what we provided in the email, and we should have more soon to share.
Really briefly, do we have any week ahead guidance for next week? I know that you don't want to say anything about the trip to Puerto Rico or Florida, but we typically
we usually put out our week aheads for those who follow the week aheads coming out of here on Sundays. If there is a trip next week, we certainly will share that with you. Don't have anything to announce at this time at the podium.
Just put a plug in for on Fridays as much as possible, trying to give some week ahead.
No, I understand. We've been here for 19 months, and we've always done the week aheads on Sundays. I hear you. I get it, but I'm just.
Jen used to do that on
Oh
Fridays.
yeah, that's right. We just don't have. I hear what you're saying. We just don't have anything today for Friday to share. I get the question. I got it. But normally, yes, we do our week aheads that we send out on Sundays. And you're right. We used to do that on Fridays. I just don't have anything to share. And we will try and be more proactive in doing that on Fridays for sure. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks, Corinne. A couple times this week, the president came after oil and gas companies. He threatened again to investigate instances of price gouging. But John Kirby said yesterday that he hasn't seen any evidence of that happening. And I remember the president first put out this call for the FTC to investigate possible price gouging in November of last year. So my question to you is, why does he keep throwing that out there? And does it have anything to do with the possibility that OPEC could announce a production cut next week and we might start to see prices come up? Is he trying to deflect away from?
So, as you know, we're not going to speak to OPEC Plus. We are clearly not a partner or part of OPEC Plus. So they are an independent entity, and we allow them to make their news and their announcements on their own. What we're saying is we're just making sure that while people are we are all dealing with a hurricane, that gas and oil companies don't take advantage of it. It's just a little bit of a, hey, we want to make sure in this time, when people are losing their homes, when people are dealing with an incredibly difficult time, that we shouldn't take advantage of it. That's it. It is just coming from the president, and we feel that coming from the president is a powerful voice. And so, look, we know that disruptions from hurricanes can pose challenge to markets, but the latest projections show that major refineries should not be impacted by Hurricane Ian. And so we're just making it very clear to the oil companies. The president is making it very clear to the oil companies. So there's nothing more to it than just being vigilant about that.
Does it all run the risk, though, of further fraying the relationship between the administration and these? There's been, obviously, some space between, their position, industry head's position, and the White House in terms of attitudes toward fossil fuels and, sort of casting of blame from side to side. The companies will say, well, the Biden administration is hostile, and that's why, we can't ramp up production. Does this kind of rhetoric make it worse?
I think so. As you know, the oil companies are currently meeting with officials, White House officials, and the Department of Energy. And so, look, I think the president thinks that he is standing up for the American people and making sure that oil companies are passing on the savings that they're getting to consumers. And we have said that time and time again. And this is something that the president thinks it's important to use his platform to do so.
Thanks, Corinne. Can you give us, I know you're not going into the week ahead, but for the weekend, President Biden is in town. He's going to the Congressional Black Caucus dinner tomorrow night. Are there other things he's doing this weekend, anything related to the hurricane that he's planning to?
Well, he is getting regularly, daily updated on Hurricane Ian. As you've heard him say many times, if we have anything else to share, we certainly will. As I mentioned, Administrator Criswell is in Florida, so when she, either before she gets back or when she gets back, she certainly will give the president an update on what she saw on the ground. So that'll be very important. And she has spoken to him many times, multiple times this week. So again, he'll get a daily update as he has been for the past week or so on both Hurricane Fiona when that was happening and currently with this hurricane. And we will have more to share if there's any other calls that he makes on the ground with officials as well.
The other thing I wanted to ask was, you had said the other day that Jackie Walensky's family was going to be here today for a bill signing. Has that happened? Is it happening? It wasn't on the schedule. So
yeah, and as you all know, we don't put every bill signing on the schedule. As you can imagine, this is a personal moment that the president was doing. Like I mentioned in the briefing a couple of days ago, and as you just stated, the president has been looking forward to hosting the late representative's family and other lawmakers to honor her legacy, and he is signing the bill naming a post office in her memory, and that is happening. It was happening when we started the briefing, so I haven't gotten an update on how that went, but clearly this is an important moment for her family, and so I can give you a little bit of who was in the meeting so that you all know. It included the late representative's husband, mother, brother, staff, and several bipartisan members of Congress, Speaker Pelosi, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Representative Jim Baird, Representative Jim Banks. So this again happened while I was coming to the podium, and as you know, the majority of bill signings are not necessarily always done in public, and so this is that example as well.
So Kevin McCarthy was here for the bill signing. Is that the first time has he met?
I don't have a kind of a data or on how many times he's been here, so I actually can't speak to that at this time. But he was here for this particular bill signing. We have to remember that the issue that she fought so hard for on ending hunger, ending child hunger, and specifically has been an issue that's been bipartisan, and that's what we saw a couple of days ago from that summit.